happens until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain.
Hey guys, how's it going? Jason Sensational here, welcome back to the channel. So it's been a little bit of a while since the last video, I think like 2 days or so, which is a little bit of a stretch on my channel, but I just want to talk about a few things that's sort of been going on. Just a quick update out there if you guys are interested. Mostly it's just going to be airing out some of the complaints about some decks maybe. Still has Sivir, Monetize, whatever it means, are very close second. And it's probably going to be dead end here when there's people who complain about when they're talking about why the meta feels bad. And I do agree, albeit I have been playing a deck that I feel like deals you well with the Kaiser, or at least I feel like it does. So to me personally, I haven't found it that much of a problem, but when it comes, this is probably the most played deck.
Like a week ago, I think. What the fuck they did? Yeah. I gotta say, this is the reason why Russia has to go with the, like, shotgun disinfo strategy of war propaganda. It's because their inbred dipshit conscript troops are such monsters that it's impossible to cover for them without inoculating your audience to the concept of truth, you know? Like, imagine trying to construct... Imagine doing what America did, where they try to construct a single narrative about the invasion of Iraq, and then that Abu Ghraib thing comes out, and it's like, oh yeah, we're really monsters, actually, you know? Except with Russia, it happens, like, every other day, you know? Like, you literally have your soldiers are, like, fucking recording themselves, mutilating, ball sacks. One of the guys who did that got his coordinates posted on Twitter, like, 1 hour later. Oh, that's base, dude.
An enemy has been slain.
That's great. It's one of the few times where, you know, the internet, you know, talk shit, get hit attitude actually works, you know? You post war crimes onto Twitter or Telegram or whatever. People drop your current fucking GPS coordinates. How does that help? What are you talking about? Yeah, HIMARS incoming.
Your team has destroyed.
You mutilate a lot of Ukrainian genitals for someone within 128 kilometers of a HIMARS mobile rocket artillery system. Well. Nice try, Galley. Pro-Russian invasion channels on Telegram posting pixelated screenshots of Command & Conquered who claim they have destroyed HIMARS systems. You can never know if they're trolling, right? You never actually know if they're trolling.
An enemy has been slain.
Siberian Dawn. Rocket launcher truck. They got him. HIMARS? HIMARS? No, I like HIMARS. It makes me feel like a bizarre shop owner. We had decades of people saying the West thinks Russian combat like the literal evil monsters. Yeah, I think, you know what? Like I said this last stream, we just need a new Kalurgi plan, okay? We just need to temper the barbarian Russian blood with the blood of more civil-minded races. Like, say, for example, everyone else, okay? So, we simply conquer and occupy Russia, and then subsidize international travel from around the world to Russia. And then their barbaric, you know, violent, you know, genealogy is overwritten by the civilized genealogy of everyone else in the world, non-Russian. It's true. That was, by the way, basically the Kalurgi plan. That's the thing the Nazis are always screaming about. It never actually happened. I don't get this joke. The Kalurgi plan, after World War I, people were like, yeah, Germany's monstrous. Yeah, Germans love warfare. So they were like, how do we breed out the you know, the warrior gene out of the German people? So they thought, like, okay, well, let's bring in, like, Norwegians or whatever, you know, and they'll, like, fuck their women and make less violent people, you know. Anyway, Nazis treated it like it was some Jewish-backed attempt at making Germany black or whatever, but in reality it was just some, you know, just one of many idiotic plans that was proposed after the First World War. The Kalurgi plan also involved big-time African colonialism. Yeah, wasn't there something about, like, hollowing out Africa? Wait, am I misremembering? Wasn't there a plan to like turn half of Africa into a water park? I'm forgetting one. They were gonna do something to Africa. Oh, it's a Nazi conspiracy, Tempest. You know, they mix up the details. I choose to believe. Let's just choose to believe. Is history Africa always gets fucked over? That's true. They were going to nuke part of the Sahara to make a man-made lake. Holy shit. That's funny. Probably wouldn't be good though. Probably shouldn't do that. Probably not a good idea. I don't think. Undeniably a good bit, though. Oh, for sure, yeah. Sorry, I was just saving a picture to my desktop so I could bring up Clip Studio Paint. It was expected to improve crossing weather in the world. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we could do, you know? So, first of all, if we could, right? I think most people will agree there should be 2 turkeys. Like, it's like, pick a side already, you know? Yeah, so we simply draw a river right through, and then we got it. Merge Portugal and Spain. Well, obviously, you know. Yeah, another idea. Maybe like the Spanish Isle, right there. Separate it, make it like its own thing. I'm thinking a little bit. What about a cool volcano island? Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, what about, like, right off the boot of Italy? Like, right, like, here would be, like, a volcano island. That would look good. That would look really good, I think. That would look really, really, really good, I think. Okay? Now, let's be real for a second, okay? Saudi Arabia is, like, 90% usable sand. Right? Right. Okay? So, we hollow out Saudi Arabia to give them an inland sea. This would require moving 3 people. But they will be paid. Okay? And we take that sand, alright? And we create a land bridge from Italy, connecting Northern Africa and bisecting the Mediterranean. Thus, we will have the true Mediterranean, which is on the east, and the fake Mediterranean, which is in the west. Because I think we can all agree, Spain does not touch the Mediterranean. Do any of you think of Spain as a Mediterranean country? Or France? Do you think like, oh yeah, France, my favorite Mediterranean country? Not a nope, 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 nuh-uh, nope, 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 stop, nope. The answer is nope, 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 stop, stop, say no, stop, no. So anyway, the real Mediterranean, right here. So we have the land bridge. Crimea deserves to be its own island at this point. Okay. What if we doubled down on the balkanization and drew rivers in order to create 87 microscopic ethno-states? And we officiate them, not in land, but in rivers. Like this. Like that, see? And it goes in just like that, but like even smaller than I can draw. Here. Rivers move though? No, they don't. That's dumb. Shut up. Okay? I think that works. You nicked Ukraine a little bit? That's okay. Oh, speaking of Ukraine. As long as we're, talking deals. There we go. You know, people say that Europe and Asia have never really been that distinct, like continentally, and I think we can solve that. We simply expand the Arctic Ocean. Dude, the south of France is literally the best Mediterranean area. You guys are so fucking gay, okay? Mediterranean areas have good food, like heroes and tzatziki sauce, okay? I've eaten French food, and that shit goes up here, okay? This shit down here, this is tzatziki land, alright? Southern French food, Vosh? Not tzatziki. Just get rid of France? Yeah. Yeah, they're thereabouts. No need to be particular on the details. Okay, have we fixed Europe yet? Oh! I've got it. I've got it. Wait, hold on. Okay. As a Westerner, I feel a need to impose order upon Darkest Africa. The only way to do this, the only way to ensure peace and prosperity for these people, is better borders. The problem with the last borders is that they were too irregular. Perfectly symmetrical, cubic borders are the only way to ensure long-term stability in Africa. And it would go like this for the entire continent. Maybe we could, like, add all this to the ocean? I don't know. Like, we just sort of turn Africa into a collection of cubes and not, like, we just get rid of the like, trim. Kind of like a cookie sheet, you know? Like, you get rid of the trim at the edge and you just leave the cubes. You know? Make it so their borders probably get there we go. That's good. Alright. Can any improvements be made? Wait! What if they just created another country that was called the Trim in Africa? And it was just all the stuff that didn't fit in the cubes, and it was in one country. You could kind of have like a Rhodesia situation where all the white people that created the boxes to begin with are enacting horrific ethnic supremacy and apartheid, but like the UN, which is overseeing the project, could say like they can't leave till democracy is implemented, and it turns into the world's worst war crime. Because there have been a lot of war crimes, like, you know, there have been a lot of humanitarian disasters. I feel like we can make it worse. Like, we haven't peaked. And it would be like the Trim. What about Palestine? Well, obviously, like, this would be like Greater Palestine, right? Maybe we could send all the, like, Israelis who don't want to live with Palestinians to the sand bridge. Because it would be like, dude, this is like the Moses Red Sea arc. It's like, yeah, look, we got you a new homeland. It's like Moses throws the sea in both directions. It's like on theme. It'd be like if we made a cross-shaped country for Christians, you know? And you live here. That's awesome. That's really good. Yeah, we can use some dirt from the Holy Land, so it's like official. Yeah. Is that the new Hoover Dam? Yeah, we could turn the West Mediterranean into the world's largest reservoir. Just make this entire thing a hydroelectric dam, and every time there's a break in its like 200-mile length, all of the microscopic ethnostates of the Balkan area get flooded, and all of them die. But they repopulate the land because they're very, very, very tenacious. I think we did it. The Mediterranean would dry out eventually. It depends on water. Well, yeah, the dam would let water through. the Jewish people live on top of a hydroelectric dam. Yeah, they literally control the world's power supply. How dope is that? Oh, fuck, you're right. Sorry. We bring Ireland closer, and we rename all of it Greater Ireland. And we have little bridges that go across. You see? There are going to be little bridges that will go across. And if an Irish person wants to go across, that's fine. But if a British person wants to go across, there's a gigantic portrait of the Pope, like 1,000 feet tall, hanging from the pillars of the bridge. And they have to bow to it. And they have to defecate on a picture of the Queen. That they have the Queen kind of like printed on the inside of all the toilets on these bridges. And it's the only way over. Hole? Yeah. Alan Kessel, what is it? I think I've seen this game. Or, not game, the thingy. Gotta do something with Central Europe. Okay, I'm getting tired of this project. I feel like we should move forward. What's the final project? Okay, I think I've got it. Okay? We need to take... This is the Netherlands, right? I have that right? This is the Netherlands? We have to take... the Netherlands. Oh, Denmark. Sorry, they're the same thing. Okay, so we want, like, bicycle lanes. But laying them over all of Europe would be really tough. So instead, we're simply going to expand Denmark and place it across... all of Western and Central Europe. And it'll just be kind of like we'll lay it on the top over it. I think we've got it. Okay. Read out donuts, never play Metro. You will not deter me. Down with $2. I'm late. How did she avert war? By holding frame in the face of Sino-fascism. Totally not the CIA with the $5. Hello, fellow leftists. Isn't Lockheed leftism cool and based? Also, Artemy is a normal, average, unmodified cat. Pay no attention to him. So true. Anti-combo man at the $5. There was a shooting in a Norco liquor store in California, only a few minutes from my home. No civilians injured. Really sorry to hear that. That sucks. Glenbox, thank you for $5. Game Stream Center. Full Metal Socialist, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Would you be willing to give more base core / avatar takes? I really enjoy your media analysis when it comes to political world building. Also, hi chat. Possibly, but I feel like I've talked about the Korra and avatar stuff enough. Because I've, like, really talked about those. I mean, I'm always going to talk about media stuff because it's fun. I was looking at stream discussions earlier, and the same person in there who always complains about me was complaining about my ratings. To be fair, I'm not very good at rating media. I feel like I'm good at talking about it. I don't know how to rate it. I don't, like, it's like, what's a 3-star versus a 4-star? I have no idea. Also, my anime list is really old. It hasn't been updated in years. What do I even have? Like, at the completed. I literally like had it. I don't think I've updated it since I even started streaming. It's been a long time. What's even on? What's my top? End of Evangelion, Princess Mononoke, Fooly Cooly, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Ghost in the Shell, Spirited Away, House Moving Castle, FMAB, Kill La Kill, the specials of Kill La Kill, which I liked, One Punch Man. Ooh, I would drop this like a rock now. Holy shit, since Season 2. Even if it wasn't for Season 2, I would drop this. Mob Psycho 100, I would keep that. Golden Kamuy was pretty dope. Mob Psycho... oh yeah, Season 2 is a separate listing. I would still drop it, I think. Demon Slayer is really good. Demon Slayer is like normie, but popular for a good reason. Same with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Yeah, I saw the Richie Buzz. This list is a bit too weak for me. It's literally an anime list, so... Akira, Dead Leaves, Paprika, Gurren Lagann, Panyo, Kaiba, Katana Galaxy, Kaon. I like Kaon. It's the only slice of life I've ever really liked. Penny and the Stockings, obviously very good. Sisters, obviously very good. Little Witch Academia, the show. No, wait, the movie, not the show. The movie was way better than the show. First season of Attack on Titan. That's how long it's been since this was updated. Inferno Cop for the memes. Ping Pong the animation. Luluko, Yuri on Ice, Devilman Crybaby, Megalobox. I feel like I would change a lot of these ratings on retrospect. I feel like I would change a lot of these. Yeah, I feel, yeah, my opinions on a lot of these have changed, I think. Wait, I rated Season 3 Part 2? This must have been, like, the only thing that I updated recently, I think. I think I watched this on, like, a flight or something. Vinland Saga is really good. Dorohedoro slapped. Beastars. Isaacan was really, really good. Golden Kamuy Season 3. Berserk, Nazca, Valley of the Wind. I would raise this, for sure. Akagi, I would lower this. The Girl Who Left Her Time, I would plummet this. Holy fuck. Unsatisfying ending. Kaiji Ultimate Survivor, I'd keep that where it is. Kaon, more Kaon stuff.
Too easy. Not hard. The opposite of hard. It was so simple. I am so good at guns. One bullet, one death. Did you think you could win? You couldn't, because I won instead. You thought you could stand a chance against me, Mr. Gun? 20 enemies? That means 20 for me and 0 for the rest of you, because I killed the 20. I have no friends, because I shot them all with my gun. Nobody likes me.
This script is an example of a number guessing game. We have a place a guess function that gets the answer and then reads a guess from the player. The player has to input a number. If the player inputs something else, then it's going to lead to value error. The problem is that the try block contains many lines of code, and actually most of those lines don't really raise any error. It's basically only this first line that potentially raises the error. It's better to keep try block small, so you're really focused on handling the specific error that you're looking for. What you can do here is move the try block out of the place a guess function and create a readInt function that handles potential exceptions as well. So let's call this function readInt, and this is simply going to return the integer value, like so. So now we have very specific error handling. We're only looking at this line of code for handling the error, and the place a guess function becomes much shorter and easier to read.
Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Interesting, and welcome to another collection of horrible fates. The stories you're about to hear are strange and disturbing, even for this series. So as always, viewer discretion is advised. Australian outback, I've been thinking more and more about the swaths of uninhabited land on the continent. In Canada, we have sort of a similar situation. A large portion of the Canadian North is uninhabited simply because it's essentially inhospitable. It's a dry desert tundra that's just cold instead of hot like the Australian outback. Now, in thinking about this, I start to wonder about the crocodile populations in Australia and how far their range extended. It seemed unlikely that they could survive in the desert, but maybe they would line the coast the entire way around. I was surprised to learn that they actually only inhabit the northern edge of the continent, but in that area, there are as many as 100,000 saltwater crocodiles and a further 100,000 freshwater crocodiles. Most rivers in the north of the country have an average of 5 crocodiles for every kilometer of river, but the Mary River has as many as 15 per kilometer. The larger and more aggressive saltwater crocodiles are up to 7 meters or 23 feet long, and despite it being sparsely populated in the north, crocodiles kill 1 to 2 people annually in Australia on average. Part of the reason for this is that crocodiles are incredibly patient and stealthy predators. Supposedly, some campsites even strictly forbid camping in one spot for more than 3 days because the crocodiles have been known to learn the patterns of campers, making them easier to hunt. The same goes for filling up water in rivers. Best practice is to always refill at a different spot each time so that crocodiles won't wait for you in the water. Several years ago, a man named Charlie was living solo in the Australian outback on a property that he had spent building over the course of a decade. This property was his own perfect hideaway in the water. It was in a beautiful little bay, and it was completely isolated from the outside world. It was so isolated, in fact, that he had to have a buddy come and pick him up every 4 or 5 months that he could go into the city to get supplies. Before one of these supply runs, Charlie called his buddy and asked him if he could bring him a gun or a crossbow or some sort of weapon because there was a massive crocodile that was stalking him every day. Every time he went fishing, the crocodile was there. Anytime he was even within 20 meters of the water, day or night, he could see the glimmering yellow eyes of the crocodile. So a couple of months go by, and Charlie arranges for his buddy to come in so that the two of them could do a supply run like usual. On the day that they arranged, his buddy pulled in just like he did every time, but Charlie didn't come out to meet him. So his buddy went looking for Charlie all over his property, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Eventually, he walked back down to the water and found an open beer, half finished, a knife, a fishing pole, and a fish net still in the water. It looked as though Charlie had just been there doing some fishing. But from that day onward, no one ever saw Charlie again. It seems as though Charlie's fears may have been justified. Throughout history, the amount of political power given to the Emperor of Japan has varied from a ceremonial symbolic role to that of an actual imperial ruler. For almost 800 years, other political figures were the de facto rulers until 1867, when there was a restoration of power to the emperor, giving him significant political power once again. This would continue for another 3 generations of emperors until 2 years following World War II, when Emperor Showa was pressured into renouncing his divinity and returning the emperor to a ceremonial status once again. He would rule all the way from 1926 to January 1989, when he passed away due to complications from cancer, which was the longest in Japanese history. And he's likely to be the last Japanese emperor to hold significant political power as he did. A state funeral was held for him on Friday, February 24th, 1989, following his death, and workers across the country were given the day off to commemorate his reign. This included a 23-year-old schoolteacher who taught in the village of Miyakoji near Fukushima. In this small mountain village, the schoolteacher lived in a dorm during the week when she was teaching, and returned home on holidays and long weekends when she wasn't. Following the long weekend, she returned to school and went about her business as usual, and then on the evening of Tuesday the 28th at around 5 p.m., the teacher finished up her work in the classroom and briskly walked through the winter cold back to her dorm. After arriving back at her dorm, she went to use the washroom, which was just a single room attached to her room. Now, although not common in the West, squat toilets are still prevalent worldwide, especially in rural areas and non-developed countries. These typically have an opening that you squat over with a septic tank underneath. Then there's another opening on the other side of the tank, leading outside that's accessible to be pumped out regularly, just like a normal septic tank. The toilet attached to her dorm happened to be one of these squatting toilets, and when she went to use it this time, she happened to look down and saw a shoe at the bottom of the tank. This immediately freaked her out because she was the only one to have access to that washroom, so she went outside to check the pipe leading out of the tank. When she opened the lid, she screamed and ran off to call someone for help because there was a leg visible in the human waste in the septic tank. One of her colleagues called the police, and police quickly identified that it was a man who was either deceased or unconscious. Looking into the pipe, they could see that he was lying on his back, his knees were up by his chest, he was shirtless, and he was hugging his neatly folded shirt. He was also barefoot, but only one of his shoes was found inside the tank. It was resting up against his head, almost directly underneath the opening of the toilet portion of the tank. This meant that his line of sight was almost directly underneath the toilet opening. If all of this wasn't already weird enough, police couldn't get him out without breaking the toilet because the opening leading in from the washroom was just 8 inches across, while the opening leading out was just a round pipe that measured 14 inches across. Firefighters had to be called to excavate the pipe from the ground, and then it even had to be cut open from there. After they finally got him out, it was clear that the man was dead, and the body was almost frozen solid. The body then had to be washed thoroughly of waste twice before an autopsy could be performed. Hopefully, this might give them some answers for what had happened to him. Except, the autopsy revealed that there were essentially no signs of injury other than a few small scratches. His cause of death was determined to be hypothermia, and he had been dead since approximately February 26th, which was on Sunday. The man was also identified as a 26-year-old local who oversaw safety at the Fukushima nuclear plant. In the town, this man was well respected, he emceed at weddings, he worked in youth programs, none of it made any sense. The last person to have seen him was his father on Friday, when the man told his father that he was going to run some errands, and then he just never came back. Given his status in the town and the weird circumstances under which he died, people were outraged when the police ruled that the man was trying to pee on the schoolteacher and had accidentally died of hypothermia in the process. The man's father even went as far as to try to reenact the person squeezing through the 14-inch wide septic pipe, but he found that it was impossible. At the time, according to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japanese men of his age had an average shoulder width of around 16 inches across, so the pipe was 2 inches narrower than the average shoulder width. And not only was the pipe an impossible fit, it was filled with human waste. Why would anyone willingly squeeze up something like that in the middle of winter? There were 8 inches of snow on the ground, and the man was found shirtless and barefoot. But, as it turns out, the teacher and the man were actually well acquainted. The man was a good friend of her boyfriend, so he had gotten to know the teacher as a result. Not only that, but the teacher had recently been harassed by phone calls. The man had even helped the couple set up a recording device so that they could bring evidence to the police. He even went as far as to give a statement to police to help in any way he could. He also would have known her schedule as a result of their friendship. People have speculated that it may have simply been a case of the man trying to poop on the teacher, and it accidentally resulted in his death. His car was found on scene, and the key was in the ignition with no other signs of foul play. Although the pipe was small, the man may have been able to force himself in by squishing his shoulders together. This is reinforced by the fact that he had no other damage to his body, which would have been the case if someone forcibly jammed him in. It also would have been impossible for someone to have entered after him and contorted his body into the position that was found because of how small the septic tank was. So, the leading theory is that despite however respectable the man may have seemed, he had actually tried to peep on the school teacher, but then by either falling asleep accidentally or going to sleep intentionally, just never woke up due to the temperature inside of the septic tank. The earliest European travel to the African continent started in the early 1400s, and expeditions would continue for centuries for various reasons. Many of the expeditions were colonial in nature, attempting to acquire new land for Europe from the already established people. Many were resource-oriented, taking advantage of the vast potential of the second largest continent on Earth, and some were ostensibly innocuous, looking to explore some of the most remote and isolated areas on Earth. One of the last major expeditions to the African continent was the Emin Pasha Relief Expedition that sought to bring aid to Governor Emin Pasha after a revolt had pushed him and his forces to Wadelai near Lake Albert, which is modern-day northern Uganda. The expedition would have some additional secondary goals to bring back significant amounts of ivory and to make a route through what was then called the darkest parts of Africa, which was a reference to some of the most challenging and unknown areas of the forests of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Starting in late 1886, the plan was to sail to Cairo, Egypt, then to Zanzibar off the coast of Tanzania to higher quarters. Then they would sail around the Cape of South Africa, up the west coast to the mouth of the Congo River. The Congo River would then take them all the way to the continent's interior, just short of their destination. This ambitious expedition was going to be the largest and best equipped of any previously undertaken. They used a 28-foot steel boat in the advance that could be divided into 12 sections and carried over land when they needed to make land crossings. They brought the latest and greatest maximum guns to minimize any trouble that they would have with the natives. And the expedition lead, Henry Morton Stanley, along with hand-picking officers based on their skill and experience, had already pioneered the first European trans-African crossing in 1876. One of the officers he chose was James Sligo Jameson, grandson of the founder of Jameson Whiskey, who was a big game hunter, artist, and traveler who had already traveled to some parts of Africa before. Most of the European company arrived in Zanzibar on February 22, 1887, and spent 3 days loading supplies. Then they spent the next month sailing around the continent and finally arrived in Banana at the mouth of the Congo on March 18th. Steamers ferried tons of equipment up the largest sections of the Congo, and the first leg of the trip was fairly uneventful. This would continue for about a month until the more difficult sections in the infamous Ituri Forest. Now, to expand on the phrase the darkest parts of Africa, this was meant in both a literal and metaphorical sense. After the Amazon rainforest, the Congo Basin in Central Africa is the largest area of rainforest anywhere on Earth, and the Ituri forest is so dense and the trees are so tall and thick that light hardly reaches the forest floor. This means that not only is it literally dark in the daytime, travel is incredibly difficult in that area, and it just wasn't well understood or mapped by outside observers until relatively recently. In addition to all of that, the people who are indigenous to these areas have lived there since the dawn of humanity. There are hundreds of ethnic groups that represent the greatest genetic diversity on Earth, far from the homogeneous grouping typically associated with skin color. All of these diverse groups have their own distinct language and culture, and on May 11, 1888, James Jameson came into contact with one of these native groups. The expedition was camped in the village of Lokondu along the river, and that day, Jameson and some others took a long walk along the outskirts of the village. The area was fairly hilly, and in between sections of forest, there were small clearings where you could see streams running through the hills. After exploring a little bit, they walked through some of the rows of houses, the old chief's house, to talk with him. As they spoke to him, a band of 4 drummers arrived. They each had 3 pedestal-shaped side drums that they played, and their heads and their upper bodies were covered in a thick layer of white clay. They also each wore a coronet of white feathers on their head and a waistband of fresh palm leaves covering their upper thighs. Following the drummers were 3 more individuals, 1 man and 2 women. The women sang, and the man held a spear in one hand. The individuals were followed by another 6 men and 6 women, who all clapped and sang and danced in unison, creating a small performance of the chief. Finally, a couple was like a man wearing a long white Arabic dress with a headdress of red pear feathers, and a woman who wore bright, colorful clothing. The chief then gave them a gun and explained to Jameson that these were slaves of the Wakusu tribe. They had been away for the last 2 months making medicine because lots of their people had been dying recently. Before the ceremony was over, Tipu Tip, a notorious ivory and slave trader, came in and spoke with Jameson as well. He went on to explain that the Wakusu people have a sinister reputation. He had previously fought alongside them, and after killing many enemy soldiers one evening, the bodies were nowhere to be found the following morning. They had disappeared because the Wukusu were supposedly terrible cannibals, and just 2 Wukusu could eat a grown man in a single night. Tipu Tip learned this the following day after he had sent someone to grab water from a nearby well. The water that was brought back was all oily and tasted terrible, so he went to the well to investigate and found a thick layer of yellow fat covering the water. The Wukusu had taken the meat from all of the dead enemies and brought it to the well to wash before they ate it, leaving behind much of the fat. From that point onward, he had the Wukusu camp downstream of him. Now, Jameson, being a non-native, was skeptical of this story. These were always chalked up to nothing more than travelers' tales, or in other words, lies. Tipu Tip then told Jameson to give him a bit of cloth and see. Jameson, thinking this was just a ruse to get money out of him, sent his assistant to get 6 handkerchiefs and gave them to Tipu. What happened next would be the most horrifying thing Jameson would see in his entire life. After the handkerchiefs were exchanged, a man came leading a girl by the wrist who looked to be about 10 years old. Before Jameson could even react, the man stabbed her twice in the chest and she fell face first against the ground. 3 more of the Wukusu then descended on her and quickly dismembered her in front of the entire group. Finally, once her head was removed and there was nothing left of her, the men each took a share of the meat and walked down to the river to wash her. Jameson just sat there horrified, not realizing until the moment that she was stabbed that this was not a joke and that the rumors were in fact true. Even more horrifying was that no one in the group seemed to be the least bit disturbed by what they witnessed. This was clearly not a surprise to anyone living in that area. Following the incident, Jameson would write about it in his personal journal, and the entire event comprised just 2 pages in a 455-page book. The girl was supposedly a slave from a nearby village, and the handkerchiefs had served as payment for her for the Wukusu to do with as they wanted. Much of their interactions were mediated by translators, so it seemed as though the interaction was not clearly understood by both parties. And, as far as I can tell, there is no mention of the event beyond those 2 pages, which in itself is an odd thing to think about. From June onward, the expedition had an incredibly difficult time moving through the Ituri forest. The crossing was expected to take just 2 months, but took almost 6 instead. They were shot at with poison arrows by the local pygmy populations, and lack of food was a consistent problem. By the time they arrived at Lake Albert, only 169 of 389 who had started the crossing were still with the group due to a combination of disease and desertion. In fact, somewhere along that crossing, Jameson himself died from typhoid at just 31 years old. What was left of the expedition finally reached the eastern shores almost 2 years after the journey began in January of 1889. Upon arriving back in Great Britain, the expedition initially received public acclaim for its accomplishments. It wasn't until later on that the true cost of the expedition was learned. Not only had so many of its company died in the process, but they had also introduced several foreign diseases to the continent that would rage for a decade afterward. These factors would ultimately lead to this expedition being the last of its kind that was not government science or purely for scientific purposes. If you made it this far, I just want to thank you for watching. My name is Sean, and welcome to Scary Interesting. This is part 8 of my collection of Horrible Fates series, so you may want to check out the other videos in the series. If you enjoyed this video, I'd appreciate it if you gave it a like. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm, and subscribe and turn on all notifications so you don't miss anything after the upload. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Open! Wait, how long is this last chapter? I thought we were on the tail end of the game. Hey, that's my workstation. You finished the first quarter. You're like half through? Dude, oh my god, we're never gonna finish this game.
Vaush, why can't I debated Mazovian socioeconomics at work?
People aren't ready for inframaterialism. Eh? What is this? Oh, that's his air gun. This looks advanced. Railgun. Linear electromagnetic system imparting a very high acceleration to its projectiles. Higher capacity. Wait, is this damage number real? This railgun pellet firer does more damage than the fucking shotguns do up close? Okay, that seems a bit overpowered. It's mine now. Yeah, the Brap cannon. Thanks for giving me your fucking advanced future weapon.
I don't even know what processes they went through when designing Angie Mito. It's like Femboy crossed with Rob Liefeld level chest.
Are we talking about Guilty Gear? Hold on. Angie Mito. How old? I have to check their fucking ages. Age unknown? Okay, they do not look like a kid. I just, you know, with these fucking anime games. I think he's cute. Is this official art? I don't know. I think he's cute. So this is what we call a femme man. Right here, okay? This is representation. Vosh, he's only 10? Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, excuse me. Where are all the Guilty Gear characters? He's a 9-year-old dragon. No, he's not. Stop saying that. I know you're lying to me. Playable characters. Okay, so I've seen Testament. Testament's like gender fluid, right? Or something? I think? Whatever. Obviously, highly fuckable. Everyone knows that. Clearly, obviously.
Do you think there is any way to convince my QAnon brainwashed dad that it's rooted in anti-Semitism? My mom is from a Jewish family, so it's uncomfortable.
Head trauma. I don't know. QAnon's so deep in the hole. You know what I mean? I'd have to think. Yeah, I don't know. It's about how you approach the issue more so than the actual argument. More about appealing to empathy than anything. Let me guess. She's 12? Does it say? Age unknown? Probably 12. Knowing how anime is.
I am a trucker and work in a highly conservative space. There is nothing more fun than challenging the presuppositions of these reactionaries.
Yeah, if you enjoy that kind of thing. I know a lot of people hate being put in that position, but if you have fun...
Hello, Vosh. This is Artemi. Did you know that hairless cats make up 13% of the feline population but commit 50% of household furniture destruction?
More
Curious.
than 50% in my household. Okay, where's the person with the big anchor? Is it May?
Do more debates. Victory or Valhalla?
Was this the character Donkey was playing? Yes? Okay, that's the one that I remember, because he did the video. Her design's super cute. Of course, she looks like she could be in college, so she's probably 4. Okay, wait, where is the character? Is this Guilty Gear? The character, it's like a brown woman who wears, like, all white naval equipment? Or, like naval uniform? What's that character? That's Guilty Gear, right? Ground Lethal? For my money, this is the highest tier Coomer bait in Guilty Gear. No, it's Gappy from JoJo 8. Huh. Very high quality design. I feel like I've seen different art though. Where? Not biking? I would have to look. I remember her being more muscular than this though. Okay, wait. I think this might not be who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a more muscular. I don't know. Oh, there's feet. I see. I don't give a fuck about feet. That's a you guy thing. You guys. Alright, enough. Stop. This is why we can't ever finish these goddamn games. There are a lot of dark-skinned, white-haired bunny anime women in anime games. Well, leaving the bunny skin thing aside.
Date me, coward.
No. The whole white hair, dark skin is just a pretty good aesthetic from like a color theory perspective, so. I've already stolen your equipment. Okay. So this thing does fire the little metal pellets, right? Load up. Roll Tide. Absolutely. Steel Ball Run. How do I leave? Get me out of this exposition. Let me out. 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 I'm gonna shoot you. Wow, Russia. Bit rate. Special move. Bit rato. Flapso. Alright, I'm done. High five. This is anti-rad, right?
Богом. Помни, ради чего мы все это затеяли. Жизнь моей дочери, твоей жены в твоих руках. Вперед.
Ian, get off the game. Go to the bathroom and take a shit. Bathroom and shit. No. You're shitting yourself.
I'll go in a minute. No, I'll go in a minute. Not right now.
I don't like Miller lying to everyone about it. Moscow is the only place that survives. Lie.
Well, you mean you don't like him for it, or you don't like it narratively? Because I think it makes sense narratively. I think it was bad for him to do, but it's in line with his character.
Bosch, have you seen Shaki?
Shiki? Shiki? I have no idea what that is. So, probably not, no. Fine. Lots of shit over here. Okay, so this is clearly like a previously occupied metro area. Hi. Whoa! Doesn't make a farting noise in my hands. Wow. Ammunition for this thing is basically free. It only costs one scrap metal part to make one of the metal pellets. So this is basically our super gun for the remainder of the campaign, I assume. Heads up, it's not silent. Really? No! Sorry. Shiny square, shiny square. What's that gauge in the back? That's how charged the railgun is. Alright. Yeah, we're doing this shit. Your screen did more than the footsteps. I remember one time back when I was in, like, college, I was playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent with some friends in a dark room. Like, I was the one doing the playing. We were all watching and kind of like coordinating, you know, like go over here, go over here. And
Bosch, what do you think of the idea of political themed porn, like a senator getting railed by a CEO?
fuck it, go for it. And there was a scene when you're crossing a staircase where a light turns on and there's a brief noise, but it spooked me a little bit, so my hand shook like this. But my hand shaking made the screen shake because I had my hand on the mouse. And I thought that it was like a big thing, like everything was getting fucked up. So I started shaking my hand harder and like yelling, and then my friends started all yelling. And all it was like one candle lighting. We all fucking freaked
Gay men
out.
are more manly than straight men because they dominate other men. Also, orange soda make a great chase for Jameson whiskey.
I don't like whiskey. It doesn't taste good. No alcohol tastes good. I like fruity things. I like soda, lemon pop, vodka. Where am I going?
Hello, Bosch. I have been trying to reach you about your Lockheed Martin Artillery's extended warranty.
Probably should get that for military equipment, shouldn't you? Okay, wait, where am I going, though? Must not be down here. Oh... Wait, no, I've been here. Wait, where am I going? following my wrist compass. I'm following it. I'm following it, and it's not working. It's supposed to point the other direction. Oh! So that's confusing. Or they make the fatter end of the compass the pointing away part.
When are we gonna get another drunk stream? I'm tired to drink along to the one with you and Chew way back when I got totally uncle.
Yeah, because we're hardcore. We fuck it up. I probably should. Drinking is good for you.
Bad whiskey tastes bad. Good whiskey tastes good. You need to try good whiskey.
I've tasted...
Try something like the Coffee White Oak.
I've tasted... I hate chocolate caramel. I've tasted good whiskey. My dad likes whiskey. I've tasted good whiskey. I don't want chocolate and caramel in my fucking drinks. I want berry. I want fucking lemonade. I want goddamn lemonade. Oh! I'm fine.
This girl with a massive dumpy has ass cheeks bigger than my head and she wants to sit on my face full weight. God is real, ass man for life.
That's good. Good luck.
Since Buckley never changed his stance on segregation, do you think he died a racist?
Everyone's racist except for me. Oh, there's the fart noise.
Bosch when his next charity marathon stream.
Yeah, we should do that sometime soon.
You can say, mines are worse than drones, and somebody will say, do you like drones? No good. That's a whole new sentence. WTF is he talking about?
Literally that. That's... Oh, alright. That's literally what happened, though. Got it. What? Okay, wait. What is the no-scope? Wait, where is the reticule for your shots when you're not scoped? I might have to take the scope off this thing just because I feel like this thing doesn't work. Attach a laser to it? Yeah, I guess I should. Yeah, we should attach a laser to it. Okay, we're right here. We're fine. I don't normally like the laser because it alerts human enemies, but it's fine. Okay. No! Oh, wait, you can use a laser. There we go. Okay. That laser is coming out a good bit higher than I expected it to be. I thought it would be like a... On my monitor, I thought it would be like an inch below.
MFers be building the sentence of Theseus.
Haha! Like that. This thing fires on automatic even when I don't want it to.
Welcome back for part 2 of the finale, the episode we never thought we would ever get finished. But before we get into new material, we have to revisit the first segment from the last episode. We started off in the first part of the finale explaining why we thought Musk was likely to cancel his unconditional best and final contract to buy Twitter. We released that episode on July 7th. Less than 24 hours later, the news came out that Musk says he is canceling the deal, for the reasons we predicted, which in turn set off a firestorm of events. So this installment is going to start off going through this brand new information and updates. The first notification we received was from Reuters reporting the deal was off. Shortly afterwards, as predicted in the previous episode, Twitter announced they intend to enforce the deal, and were already preparing their legal case against Musk in the Delaware Court of Chancery, including a petition to expedite the trial to a date in September of 2022. On July 19th, Chancellor Kathleen St. Jude McCormick, who voluntarily elected herself as the Chancellor in this case, heard arguments from both Twitter, who wants to force Musk to go through with the deal he offered, and Musk, who thinks he can just walk away because reasons. We were actually able to listen in on the live call. The Twitter team was very focused, arguing there were many precedents in the Delaware system to back their claim to expedite the trial to a September date. Musk's team was ill-prepared, their primary argument centering solely around Musk's plot argument, telling McCormick they needed to move this into next year just so they could go through billions of tweets to support their bot argument. In her decision, that took 10 minutes to render, the Chancellor sided with Twitter, effectively dismissing the bot argument before the trial even began, and told the parties to set a date between themselves in October of 2022 for this to be heard in a 5-day session, which will make for a very interesting October for Musk, since that same month, Musk will be in the same court, in front of the same Chancellor, defending his self-authored multi-billion-dollar self-enrichment package in Tornado v. Musk, which starts on October 24th. If Musk loses that case, his $56 billion compensation plan from Tesla will be reversed and repayable as the court sees fit. In the Twitter expedition petition decision, say that 5 times fast, McCormick stated that this trial is not about damages, it is about specific performance, and that a delay in the proceedings would cause irreparable harm to Twitter. Meaning this case will jump the queue, and if she finds in favor of Twitter, the court will force Musk to honor his offer. Now, some people have already theorized that if that happens, Musk will simply ignore the court's ruling because, well, he's Elon Musk.
The problem with specific performance, especially with Elon Musk, is that it's unclear whether the order of the court would be obeyed.
Turns out there's a contingency plan for that as well. If Musk loses, he could wind up being assigned what's called a special master, a court-appointed handler granted with the powers to force Musk to comply through fines and asset seizures without further legal proceedings, using whatever means they have at their disposal and at their discretion. This special master could, for example, fine Musk $100 million per day until he complies with the court order. The special master could also simply seize Musk shares in Tesla, since the company is incorporated in Delaware, where this court has jurisdiction. SpaceX is also incorporated in Delaware, so maybe the special master could seize Musk private shares there as well if the sale of the Tesla shares doesn't raise enough cash. And if Musk continued to ignore the court order ruling, he could be found in contempt, meaning he could even face prison time, since the Delaware Chancery Court is expressly authorized to not only hold somebody in contempt for disobeying an order, but to imprison someone for doing so. And wouldn't that be a perfect end to this story? Now, let's say Chancellor Kathleen St. Jude McCormick renders a decision for Musk to honor the deal, and he decides to do so without further shenanigans. Let's see how well that would work out for Musk. As we mentioned before, Musk gave up the leverage arrangement on his Tesla shares that he previously had in place with Morgan Stanley, and at this point they would have to be absolutely bonkers to jump back in the pool with him. So it is entirely possible that if Musk is forced by the court to honor the deal, rather than leverage those shares, he may have to sell them off. But the more shares you flood the market with, the more impact you're going to have on the price of that stock. The question is, how much of an impact would that be? Where would you even begin to look for that type of information? Turns out we have 2 recent examples of what happens when Musk floods the market with shares, and Tesla shares specifically. He did it in November-December of 2021, when most of the Tesla board also took the opportunity to cash out right around the all-time high. Musk sold over $15 billion in Tesla shares over that time frame and dropped the share price from about $12.20 to roughly $900, a 27% drop across $15 billion in shares sold. He did it again in April, liquidating over $8 billion in shares, dropping the price from $998 to $876, a 13% drop across $8 billion in shares. So these appear to be consistent. Sell $8 billion in shares, lose over 13% of the stock price. Do it again, lose another 13% plus. That gives us a starting point to run very simple numbers on what would happen to Musk's holdings in Tesla if he is forced to go through with the sale and had to take all the money from his Tesla holdings to make good on his word. Here's what we came up with, and we rounded the numbers a little to make the first example easy to follow. According to The Verge, Musk was holding 175 million shares in Tesla as of April 29th of 2022. According to Forbes and other sources, half of those shares are already leveraged against Musk's personal debt. Let's say Musk has 100 million shares free and clear. July 8th, the day he canceled the deal, Tesla shares closed around 750, so we'll use that number for the beginning stock price. Gives him 75 billion in Tesla shares sitting in his Robinhood account that he can still access. The total price of the Twitter transaction is different every time it's reported, as low as 41.6 and over 46 billion. We're going to use 45. And for this example, we're going to use a 15% drop in Tesla stock price every time 7.5 billion in shares is sold. So 6 tranches in total. The percentage drop in stock price in each round is located in the top right corner. On the first tranche, Musk needs to raise $7.5 billion at 7 per share, so he sells 10 million shares, leaving 90 million shares in his account. That transaction will drop the stock price down 15% to $637.50. The next tranche gets sold, but to raise $7.5 billion, he needs to sell 11,764,706 shares instead of 10 million, dropping the shares remaining to 78,235,294, dropping the stock price to $541.88. The next tranche gets sold, requiring 13,840,830 shares to get to the 7.5 billion. Stock price drops to 460.59, requiring 16,283,330 shares to hit their target. This drops the sales price to 391.50. 19,156,859 shares need to be liquidated to raise $7.5 billion this time. Now the stock price drops to 332.78, so the last tranche needs 22,537,481 shares to finish the sell-off. That will drop the price on the remaining shares again by 15%. This would leave Musk only 6,416,794 of his original 100 million shares. And if this model holds, they're no longer worth $750 apiece. They're only worth $282.86, for a total value remaining in the account of $1.815 billion compared to the original $75 billion he started with. Of course, any fees associated with these transactions have been ignored, but they would also affect the bottom line here. You know what else we ignored? Capital gains or income tax. This is where he would sit before the government takes their share of the $45 billion in profit Musk just cashed out, since he has been buying these shares through his options at $6.24 per. At this point, Musk's finances are pretty much tripled. He would have to start selling off private shares in SpaceX to make up the difference. Musk would also lose his shareholder control of Tesla with only 6.4% of his previous voting power on these shares. He would no longer be able to control a supermajority outcome as he has become accustomed to. So when it comes time for shareholders to dump his useless tag-along brother from the board, or any of the other speakers on the board for that matter, other shareholders would finally get a say. Now, guaranteed some muskrat looking at these numbers is already typing away frantically in the comment section about how these numbers apply out. Well, it's in a formula spreadsheet, so let's change a couple parameter numbers and see how other scenarios play out. If we change the sales price drop to 13% for each round, that leaves Musk with about $4.1 billion in pre-tax, if the stock price holds at $750. But if we use the 52-week low of $620.57 as the starting price on the stock price, considering Tesla shareholders are not fans of this deal, Musk winds up $1.5 billion in the hole. And if we use 87,500,000 as the starting number for shares, which is the 50% mark to the reported holdings that aren't already leveraged, well now we would come up almost $5 billion short. Even if we reduce the sales price drop to 10% per round, Musk is still screwed, needing to borrow $2.77 billion to do the deal with no more shares to leverage. And some analysts figure it would be double that, at 20% per round, leaving Musk to scrounge up another $8 billion to complete the deal. That example we ran first is starting to look pretty good now, isn't it? The closer you get to reality, the more reality is going to bite Musk in the ass. But if you have other numbers you would like us to run, leave them in the comments section and we'll throw them through the spreadsheet for you. Now back to the taxes. Lots of different ways it could go, everyone with their own ideas. After a quick Twitter question about potential tax rates, consensus is that Musk would probably be taxed at 20% on his profit from those shares. Going back to the $750 price at 15% drop per tranche frame, Musk would have sold 93,583,205 shares to raise $45 billion. Musk bought those shares through his self-enrichment package from Tesla at $624 per share, so he only paid $583,959,205 for them. Subtract that total from the $45 billion raised, that gives Musk $44,416,040,795 in profit on those liquidated shares. And at 20% federal capital gains, he would owe the government $8,883,208,159 in tax. Money he cannot pull out of Tesla because now all of his available shares are gone. And there's yet another kick in the teeth waiting for Musk in this scenario. At some point, as the price of the stock drops out from underneath him, the 88 million shares he already has leveraged are going to get margin called, creating yet another financial crisis for Musk to deal with, and left with no way to pay it out. Maybe now, when we say Musk is stock rich and cash poor, people can get a better understanding of what that means. Musk is not worth $200 billion. His share certificates might be worth that based on their current stock price times the number of shares he has enriched himself with, but those shares can't be liquidated into cash easily or for what the market closed at on a particular date. The more he sells, the less they are going to be worth. And as it turns out, it's unlikely he'd be able to sell every share he's got to make good on his extremely poor decision where buying Twitter is concerned. At the end of the day, if Musk is held to specific performance on this contract, he could wind up in a lot of financial trouble to acquire a company that currently loses billions of dollars per year. So we will be following that situation very closely. We also have another quick update, this one regarding Musk's full self-driving promises. Of course, you remember Musk's statement from the first part where Musk declared,
in order to solve full self-driving properly, you have to solve real-world AI.
For the past 5 years, the man in charge of making that happen at Tesla was Andrej Karpathy. This is another guy with a PhD that sold his soul to Musk, who does not have one. According to LinkedIn, Musk got Karpathy right out of school by way of OpenAI for 18 months before moving to Tesla as Senior Director of AI. That position would have put him in charge of not only Autopilot and FSD, but also whatever AI is going into Optimus and establishing Dojo. In August of 2021, for Tesla's AI Day, Karpathy was on stage with Musk explaining how their concept of AI was supposedly moving forward and how the camera-based FSD was rendering a 3D environment around the vehicle using vision instead of radar. Most of you have already seen at least a portion of this presentation already. One of the segments of this presentation revolved around the supercomputer at Tesla called Dojo, and how the Tesla version of Vicky was going to be a paradigm-shifting moment in the advance towards AI. Dojo was the one item specifically mentioned in Andrej's March 27th post announcing his sabbatical from Tesla. Musk also flippantly mentioned that Karpathy would be gone for about 4 months. Or much shorter, as it turned out. July 13th, 2022, Andrej Karpathy announced that he was done at Tesla with no clear plans for the future. And 2 months prior to that, we had predicted this outcome on April 27th, along with the reasoning behind it. 2 weeks prior, we pretty much figured he'd be going to work for Apple, just didn't know when exactly. Point is, nobody who takes a sabbatical from Tesla comes back, and we knew it. So if anyone knows of a company who needs an AI expert, whose level 2 ADAS randomly and indiscriminately drives people into the backs of fire trucks, cop cars, trees, shops, other cars, passive trains, wrong way up one-way streets, knowing that the vehicles are inescapable death traps when they catch fire after a collision, you found your man. Now, to go a little bit out of order here, this man would have been in charge of the staff responsible for this little-known aspect of the FSD learning cycle.
If you look at one image out of a video, it's actually quite hard to see what's going on without ambiguity. But if you look at a video segment of a few seconds of video, that ambiguity resolves. So the first thing we have to do is sort of tie all 8 cameras together so they're synchronized, so that all the frames are looked at simultaneously and labeled simultaneously by one person, because we still need human labeling.
To clarify, Tesla FSD does not learn without human input. It requires humans for data labeling to determine if the Tesla algorithm identifies an object well or poorly. This is what the San Mateo office of Tesla does, with hundreds of people working on its objective, taking those reports people send in and reviewing them to see how the program is performing. Well, they used to do that at San Mateo. Hundreds of those data labelers are now looking for new jobs, and their office has been closed down as part of the layoffs Musk conducted in June of 2022, after a full-blown recruitment campaign the previous fall. As Electric reported in their article, this was a critical project for Tesla to achieve self-driving capability. Now, all those reports that are sent in after the vehicle mistakenly heads right for a tram or tries to kill a cyclist, guess where they go, since there's no one to process them? It would seem that Karpathy knew what was coming and tried to leave as quietly as possible. That gets us caught up on these points and ready to get into the new material, picking up where we left off, which was about here. Musk had just gone through a series of teary-eyed martyrdom claims, culminating in this.
Surely it should be an absolute strategic priority to look after yourself.
I mean, there wasn't any other way to make it work. There were 3 years of hell, 2017, 18, and 19. It was the longest period of excruciating pain in my life. It had to be done, or Tesla would be dead.
Musk had also been going on at length, exaggerating many claims about his various companies. He has always made claims like this. It's one of the reasons why his co-founders at X.com, the people you never hear anything about, but the ones who actually had a banking background where Musk did not, they left 5 months after founding the company. Particularly Harris Trecker, who not only left, he took all the people he brought with him to get the banking app up and running. Ashley Vance, Musk's biographer, states in his book that Harris accused Musk of continually overhyping the company's product. In another passage, Vance says Musk also began to hone his trademark style of entering an ultra-complex business and not letting the fact that he knew very little or nothing about the industry's nuances bother him in the slightest. Even today, Musk is still making preposterous claims about his companies and about himself, as he is about to do again.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
Be that.
Yeah.
Another illustrious self-proclamation. I know more than anybody. Not only is this a ridiculous statement on its face, it's a dangerous and self-defeating mindset. After all, if you're an employee on the floor who has a suggestion to make based on your experience, how do you approach this man who obviously believes he already knows it all? Musk would be far better off adopting one of the teachings of Socrates, that true wisdom comes from knowing you know nothing. Most of us have heard this before, but aren't aware of the next passage. For a man who claims to have knowledge while actually knowing nothing is less smarter than you who claim to know nothing. Be that as it may, Musk thinks he knows more than anybody else on the planet when it comes to manufacturing. And instead of us reminding everyone that Ford or GM or Toyota have been in the auto game far longer than Musk, pumping out more vehicles than Musk does across more than 4 old and dated models, let's just ask these questions instead. If Musk knows more about manufacturing than anyone else on Earth, why is he still making cars and parking lot tents? Why does his gigapress that catches fire crank out stack upon stack upon stack of rejected chassis? Why are his factories reported to be less safe to work in than sawmills and slaughterhouses? Why are the vehicles coming out of those factories constantly at the bottom end of the quality spectrum? Why don't the door panels line up? Why does the interior leak? Why does the interior trim come loose? Why do the touchscreens fail? Why do their wheels fall off? Why do their roofs fall off? Why do their paint jobs suck? Why do their welds suck? Why does their quality control in general suck? If Musk knows more than anyone else on the planet about manufacturing, why doesn't he have the ability to single-handedly fix all these problems, as he claims only he can do? It's a rhetorical question, you don't have to answer that. At this point of the interview, Anderson brings up Musk's opening of SNL from May 8th of 2021 to highlight this bit here.
I'm actually making history tonight as the first person with Asperger's to host SNL. Or at least the first to admit it.
Now we're going to be frank, we don't actually believe Musk has been diagnosed with Asperger's. There are articles and conversations online that started debating it right after he made the statement, some saying that explains a lot towards his behavior, and others calling it a fabrication for sympathy. One thing about this is certain, where Musk is concerned, this was the first time this condition has ever been mentioned out of all the articles written about him, all the interviews he's done, all the childhood stories, biographies, never been mentioned before. Not even by his mother in all of her interviews and the books that she has written. Maybe he's got it, or more likely, maybe he figures people will forgive his sociopathic tendencies by attributing them to this particular diagnosis. We've had people in our own comment sections who were diagnosed as children with Asperger's saying they don't believe his claims either. Here is a small sampling of the comments that people have left, referred to by their username. Dazgib Mecker is an Aspie and believes not only that Musk does not have it, but also that Musk wants to associate himself with famous people who were suspected of having it, like Newton and Einstein. Other famous Aspies include Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, so of course Musk would like to join that club. Michael Burry, a man who has taken a short position against Musk in the stock market, has Asperger's. Thomas Jefferson may have had it, same with Michelangelo. And Carl Sagan, who Musk has misquoted more than once. And all Musk had to do to join this elite group in the minds of his fanboys was say he had it, without any prior mention or proof. Maya Fantasia makes a good point on the same comment, that Musk could possibly have used an Asperger's diagnosis to avoid serving time in the South African military, instead of fleeing the country and going to Canada. Sebastian Irala also has Asperger's and dismisses Musk's supposed speech impediment as being a determining factor towards a positive diagnosis, as his own stuttering was easily remedied. Rads is another Aspie, and he doesn't buy the stuttering means Asperger's equivalency either. Alex LFM has a high-functioning ASD diagnosis and thinks Musk is appropriating Asperger's as a way to manipulate people and excuse his negative behavior. Dominique Duda, as another person with autism, calls BS on the claims that Aspies have trouble expressing themselves. And Jay mocks Musk outright, claiming he pretends to have Asperger's and is spewing a horrendous lie. James Kelly has autism, and he is upset that because Musk claims to be part of the community, that people will start to attribute Musk's terrible behavior to other persons with autism. James wants people to know that autistic adults are very respectful, and can be very good at communicating with respect, especially in serious situations such as board meetings and testifying in court. His opinion is that Musk is simply a selfish, narcissistic jerk who also happens to be autistic. And for James's peace of mind, we intend to prove that that last concern of his is yet another Musk lie. As we go through this segment, we are going to state this categorically and as plainly as possible. Our observations are going to be strictly directed at Elon Musk and nobody else in the autistic or Asperger's community, especially the dozens of people in our own community who have come forward with their stories and concerns about Musk's claims. As Aspies, we're taking their doubts of his claim, which mirror our own, to take what we know about Musk through a clinical breakdown of what Asperger's is, what indications of it are, and whether or not Musk fits that criteria. One more thing before we get going. Whether or not Musk has Asperger's, he was not the first person to host SNL that had it, nor the first to admit it. Both of those honors belong to Dan Aykroyd, who not only had it, he revealed he had it in an interview in 2013 with the Daily Mail. And there's one other reason why the claim seems to be sketchy before we start, because Musk said this a little later in this same interview.
Yeah, I think one aspect of whatever condition I had was I was just absolutely obsessed with truth.
Compare that to what he said on SNL.
I'm actually making history tonight as the first person with Asperger's to host SNL. Or at least the first to admit it.
Again, we'll play these clips back to back without any commentary in between.
I'm actually making history tonight as the first person with Asperger's to host SNL. Or at least the first to admit it. One aspect of whatever condition I had was I was just absolutely obsessed with truth.
Musk was more than happy to announce on SNL he was an Aspie. Now, in front of a different audience, he's not sure what condition he had, nor is he freely admitting to having it as he was flexing before. Also, he uses the past tense to describe whatever condition he had. Had infers he no longer has it, whatever it is. And we know there is no cure for Asperger's. There are therapies available, but let's go through this from the beginning using easy-to-follow information on the website nationwidechildren's.org, starting with what is Asperger's. Asperger's is a developmental disorder that causes young people to have a difficult time relating to others socially, and their behavior and thinking patterns can be rigid and repetitive. It affects boys 3 to 4 times more often than girls, and in most cases, children are diagnosed between the ages of 5 and 9. Some children have been diagnosed as early as 3 years old. For this reason, as stated here, such a diagnosis should be made by professionals specifically trained for it, and it is normally conducted by pediatricians and child psychologists or psychiatrists. It would be safe to assume, since the diagnosis of Asperger's was absorbed into the ASD spectrum in 2013, that Musk would have been diagnosed as an Aspie while still a child. Yet, every biographer, reporter, relative, and parent failed to mention this condition. Prior to May 9, 2021, there is absolutely no mention of Musk having Asperger's. Since there is no recognized protocol for diagnosing Asperger's in adults, this would be an unlikely new revelation for Musk. However, let's say this discovery was a recent thing. According to the Asperger Autism Network website, many adults with an Asperger's profile stumble upon the description of Asperger's syndrome or autism spectrum. They may read about it or be told by a family member or a friend about the profile, and some may believe that the information matches their history and their current situation, and as a result, may self-diagnose. And a betting man would say that's exactly what happened with Musk. He has self-diagnosed himself to accommodate and disguise his sociopathic and narcissistic behaviors. And if Musk can self-diagnose, then we can certainly offer a second opinion. Let's see what the traits of an Asperger patient look like based on this chart of Aspie's strength, and see if Musk made the right conclusion about himself, starting with intelligence, special interest, and memory. Average to very high intelligence. Musk is credited with high intelligence in the media, but do any amount of digging and you'll find out they're relying on IQ tests from when he was still in elementary school. There are certainly no recent testing results that confirm this, but there are plenty of instances where his intelligence is easily put into question. The fact that he is still promoting his original Hyperloop white paper, which was plagiarized from 100-year-old patents, and the colonization of Mars would indicate the genius label is undeserved. Good verbal skills, rich vocabulary. Notice they don't mention stuttering here. Musk has a reasonable vocabulary, but we would argue that he doesn't have great communication skills, or speaking skills, and he tends to use words and phrases without understanding the full meaning of them, as we have gone through before. This is a tactic often used by Musk to confuse or impress the person interviewing him, to baffle him with bullshit response rather than explaining things in clear and precise terms. Ability to absorb and retain large amounts of information, especially about topics of special interest. To be fair, he probably qualifies on this one, but this makes him a sponge for the topic rather than an authority on it, as the information has to come from other sources. Ability to think in visual images. No clue either way if Musk does or doesn't think visually. One way to tell this might be if Musk draws diagrams during board meetings to illustrate what he is talking about, but as we already found out,
I don't really attend the SpaceX board meetings. We only have 2 a year, and I just stop by and chat for an hour.
the self-motivated independent learner. Well, Musk seems to think he knows everything already, as he told us earlier about his manufacturing prowess. If he thinks he knows more about manufacturing than anybody else in the world, that would indicate to a reasonable person that the opposite is true, and that Musk is no longer seeking additional input from anyone. Propensity to think outside the box and generate novel solutions to problems. Musk, on the other hand, creates novel problems that then require his solution, which is normally half-baked. AI would be a great example here, making people afraid of AI, then creating it so that you need to buy his brain chips to get assimilated. Another example would be encouraging the transition to electric-powered cars that still run mainly on coal and natural gas-generated electricity, pretending this is somehow a solution for sustainable energy. Meanwhile, the solar energy arm of Tesla Energy, formerly Solar City, has shriveled and died. Some people may show a strong aptitude for a particular field of study or topic. While Musk fancies himself an engineer, but he has no credentials to match that field of study. Musk has never taken an engineering course or exam. He just likes it when people call him an engineer, almost as much as he enjoys telling people that fiction himself. The next set of points have to do with strong focus. Ability, in some cases a preference, for spending time alone. Musk has declared in past interviews he has a deathly fear of being alone. In 2017, he admitted this during an interview with Rolling Stone, the interviewer Neil Strauss identifying Musk as having textbook codependent issues. Musk made several declarations. I will never be happy without having someone. Going to sleep alone kills me. I never want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. And the entire time, he was bordering on breaking out in tears. Safe to say Musk fails this criteria. Take an interest in our in or offbeat fields of knowledge. We're going to touch on this a little later, where Musk makes several lofty claims in this regard which are easily disproven. Concentrate for long periods of time on reading, experimenting, writing. The mainstream media would have you believe Musk spends 20 hours a day poring over technical journals, drawing up blueprints of cities and Mars, writing his manifesto for the future that will unite all of humanity. In reality, his days are pretty much spent doing interviews, responding to lawsuits, and tweeting from the chitter. Avoid wasting time in some activities that appeal to neurotypical people. Again, Musk spends a great deal of time on Twitter. He also spends a lot of time playing a wide variety of favorite video games, the same as any other typical neurotypical person. Both activities could be reasonably described as wasting time. Some special interests can be channeled into productive hobbies or even careers where the person may be creative or make new discoveries. On this point, the mainstream media again plays a role in broadcasting the unsupported mythos of Musk. He is not a scientist, he is not a physicist, he is not an engineer, he is not a great inventor, he is not a problem solver, he is not a paradigm shifter. The concepts he promotes, pretending they are his own, are often recycled from science fiction storylines or in some cases plagiarized from old patents or scientific papers. Things as simple as the solar roof valve, that was patented by NASA in 1976. The Neuralink BMI Musk claims creation of was stolen straight out of a Duke University patent through a lab assistant working on that very project for both parties. So Musk's ability to think creatively is limited by the work others have already done or movies he has watched. In our opinion, he is incapable of manifesting his own unique creative thoughts. And yes, that even includes Starship. Moving to the points about being detail-oriented. Ability to notice small details of an idea, theory, number pattern, book, film, object, or visual image. It would be hard to imagine Musk being able to notice small details in an idea or a theory, considering he can't identify gigantic gaps in the concept he presents as his own. Let's take the fact that Starship is not physically big enough to carry 100 people, their provisions, and supplies off-world. The fact that in this diagram there is no way to change lanes. The fact that open brain surgery is a life-threatening procedure. If he can't identify those problems, noticing an error in a Fibonacci sequence seems beyond his capacity. Ability to perform repetitive tasks where accuracy, rules, and routine are important. We also read this as the ability to properly follow something through to completion on a regular basis. Something like building a piece of IKEA furniture over and over again. Again, this is not what Musk does. Musk would be the opposite, unable to focus on the same thing for a long period of time. How many products has he unveiled without producing the product he unveiled 5 years ago? Strong work ethic, commitment to quality, and accuracy of work. The fact that the cars his factories produce, on assembly lines he takes sole credit for creating and refining after living in excruciating imagined pain for 3 years, are among the worst cars on the road year after year, would infer Musk also fails this qualification. Musk will claim to have a very strong work ethic, but available evidence does not back this up. Moving into unique humor. Play with language and create fun. Well, seriously, if it was not for the numbers 69 and 420, Musk would have nothing funny to post. Truth be told, Musk is not at all creative in his humor, preferring to steal other people's humorous memes without credit. Although, Musk declares he thinks he's funny. This is part of his sworn testimony on the Solar City bailout trial. One thing is for certain, he uses the excuse of humor for some of his actions. Declaring himself the official techno king at Tesla would be a great example here. Enjoys sarcasm and satire. Musk enjoys sarcasm? Definitely not if it's about him. He does have a mean sarcastic streak on social media though, and it's gotten him into trouble more than once. Relish life's absurd, dark, or incongruous side. No comment here really, one way or the other. If he was still with Grimes, might be a different story, because she certainly qualifies as absurd and incongruous. See through empty rhetoric or conventional pieties. Now whether or not he sees through empty rhetoric is up for debate, but the fact that he has built his companies on this very foundation of sand should speak volumes here. Empty rhetoric, by definition, is synonymous with hollow promise, words uttered without any attempt to make the action necessary to back them up. In fact, given the number of fake promises Musk has made and continues to make, Empty Rhetoric would be the perfect title for his next biography. Next up is honesty, and if he was going off the rails before, this section crushed him. Ability and tendency to tell the truth, even if it is not tactful or in one's self-interest. In this one, Musk failed miserably. To quote Meghan Trainor, "If you think that's an exaggeration, please, by all means, tell the whole class the last truthful thing you remember Musk saying. Here's what it wasn't about. It wouldn't have been about Starship, or Mars, or FSD, or any other topic covered during this TED Talk, and we run the gamut of all his companies. So again, when was the last time Elon Musk told the truth? Desire and tendency to follow rules. Again, abject failure in this regard. Musk thinks rules don't apply to him. Whether we're talking about insider trading, or self-enrichment, or the laws of physics, Elon Musk lives in his own little bubble. And that bubble is shrinking around him at an alarming rate because he continues to act with self-assured impunity. He openly flaunts his disdain of authority, he refuses to honor legal agreements that he signed. In short, Musk thinks he only has to answer to himself. But when his awakening eventually comes, it's going to hit Musk and his mythos hard. Next up is desire to connect. Expend effort and energy to learn social skills that do not come naturally. It's hard to believe Musk would put any effort into such an endeavor. He would just automatically figure he can do no wrong, and then expect others to kowtow to him. Not unlike when he told his first wife, Justine, while dancing during their wedding reception, that he was the alpha in their relationship.
I am the king!
Any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king.
Persevere in the face of rejection, confusion, or frustration. Well, we all know how well Musk handles frustration. Take a look at what happened last fall when the VP of Raptor development quit. Musk's first response was to call everybody back off of their Thanksgiving holiday long weekend to work out a crisis in the Raptor assembly line. Wonder how well that worked. Musk doesn't persevere, he panics. Believe the best of everyone, sometimes naively. Do we even need to say anything at this point? The only time Musk mentions another person is when he's putting them down. He did it during this interview about Martin Eberhard, a man with whom he has a non-disparagement agreement in writing, and the man who created the very automotive platform that Musk is given credit for. Musk has seriously called him the worst person on several occasions, without provocation, just as he did here. It's a complete mystery why Eberhard is not suing Musk's ass off as we speak. Accept quirkiness or imperfection in others and become a loyal friend. This is a very simple point to review. Musk has no friends. He has ex-wives, he has baby mamas, he has business associates, he has the sycophants he has surrounded himself with. But when have you ever seen him out on a town with someone that would qualify as his friend? As for loyalty, his true colors regarding friendship came out during the Solar City trial when it came to a man named Antonio Garcia. When Musk was questioned about his friendship with Garcia, Musk downplayed the relationship under oath, contradicting Garcia's testimony that the two of them were in fact good friends. Such good friends that Musk gave Garcia the second Tesla Roadster off the production line, even though Musk had signed a contract with Martin Eberhard that the car was going to be his. In fact, Eberhard, as the car's designer, was supposed to get the first one off the line, but Musk decided to keep that one for himself. This is all noted in legal filings because the car Eberhard eventually got was in a wreck before it ever left the factory site and had to be rebuilt, without the upgrades promised to him. But going back to the main point here, there seems to be no indication Musk is any more loyal to his friends, if he has any, than he was to any of his ex-wives or sex partners. And wouldn't you know it, just as we thought we were going to be able to wrap this episode up, this story broke on the Wall Street Journal, announcing to the world that the reason why Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google, and his wife Nicole Shanahan filed for divorce in January of 2022 was because, in what can only be described as a total loss of her senses, Nicole had an affair with Musk in December of 2021 during the Art Basel event in Miami. Although, if we're being honest, we prefer the way this scandal was announced in the New York Post, for obvious reasons. Musk has been protesting this story and crying the blues on Twitter, but the points in this article on Yahoo seem to be fairly detailed, right up to where Musk dropped to his knees in front of witnesses and begged for forgiveness. Where did we hear something like that before? Musk on his knees. Seems there's a pattern in there somewhere. The Yahoo article also reminded us how Brin, a former friend to Musk, helped keep Tesla afloat during the 2008 financial crisis and often allowed Musk to couch surf at Brin's Silicon Valley home, which in hindsight looks to have been a huge mistake. According to the article, their friendship is no more, as you would expect from such a betrayal, and Brin ordered his financial advisors to sell off his personal investments in Musk companies. Given the level of detail in these articles, it all certainly seems more credible than Musk's denial. And the Wall Street Journal just released another article declaring they are standing by their reporting. At any rate, the story is still fresh, and there's probably more news to come, but at this point, here's what we know for sure. Brin and Shanahan filed for divorce in January of 2022, citing irreconcilable differences after less than 4 years and having a daughter together, and so far Musk is the only person accused of being involved in this affair who is denying it happened. Prior to this recording, Brin has made no public statement, and neither has Shanahan. Now, if you were the woman falsely accused by the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, and Yahoo of destroying your marriage because you had to get yourself some of this, while you are still negotiating your divorce terms, where you are looking for $1 billion from the spouse you supposedly cheated on, wouldn't you be suing everybody under the sun for reporting such a lie, considering Shanahan is a lawyer? As Stanfield Capital put it so perfectly on Twitter as the story broke, Musk claims he never slept with Brin's wife, and that he and Brin are good friends. If both of these things are true, then Brin will make a public statement to that effect. If he doesn't, that's all you need to know. The last bubble on the chart has to do with Aspie's being fair and just. Tendency to be unconventional, open-minded, and tolerant. No. He is one of the most closed-minded, intolerant people in the public sphere. It is Musk's way or the highway. And when you rage fire employees on the spot for disagreeing with you, that is not conveying open-mindedness or tolerance. Intensely responsive when made aware of injustice. Musk's response when presented with such a situation is to turn a blind eye. And that is why his companies are constantly being sued for racial and sexual discrimination and harassment. Advocate for the underdog, victims of bullying, or members of an oppressed group. You're kidding, right? His employees who wanted to unionize were fired, and those who stayed behind were threatened on Twitter with losing their stock options if they went to a vote. Tesla and SpaceX are apparently sanctuaries for people who are racist and sexist, and they make life miserable for the other people working beside them. Propensity to express caring in non-traditional ways. Musk is often seen in the public sphere making promises to help people in need, particularly when the crisis in question makes the news cycle, but he is never seen making good on those promises. Tendency to relate to and defend animals. 2 words, Neuralink monkeys. 2 more, Neuralink pigs. 2 more, Neuralink sheep. You hardly ever hear about the sheep at Neuralink though, probably because they are all dead after failed procedures to implant 10,000 electrodes into their brain in a single surgical procedure. Neuralink has also implanted devices into the brains of rats. These animals are tortured, in some cases tortured to death. And for what? The device Musk is pumping will not do what he claims. So all these animals are being terribly abused and mutilated for nothing. It would be bad enough if there was some eventual outcome that resulted in a medical breakthrough, but the fact that this device's advertised abilities are out-and-out lies makes this even more despicable. No, Musk does not relate to or defend animals. And that wraps up the strength chart for Aspies. Moving into treatment for Asperger's, let's start off by restating the fact that there is no cure for Asperger's. And treatment per individual is a matter of finding the right combination of the following: social skills training, behavior supports, cognitive behavioral therapy, parent education and training, speech-language therapy, occupational therapy, special education classes, and medication. Again, relying on the Musk historical documents, nobody mentions Musk going through any of these special classes or therapy or training. And when it comes to the medications used to treat Asperger's, the top ones mentioned are Risperdal, the generic version risperidone, lisdexamfetamine, and olanzapine. You'll notice that none of these meds are compatible with alcohol, meaning they wouldn't be very conducive to Musk's current lifestyle, especially when he wants to make a little magic with red wine and Ambien. Perhaps a chemist can let us know in the comments what would happen if you introduced Risperdal into a red wine Ambien roofie. In conclusion, he is probably not taking meds for his declared condition. No one has mentioned any aspect of therapy in this regard at any point of his life, including the present. So the logical conclusion here is he is not seeking treatment for Asperger's. So to all the people who are giving us grief about not believing Musk's claim about being an Aspie, there's no longer any doubt. There's no chance of it. You take the fact that he hardly matches any of the personality chart, combine it with a lack of meds or therapy required to treat it, and this conclusion is unavoidable. If you still think Musk has Asperger's, save your breath. As far as we are concerned, this point is settled. Wrapping up this portion, we would actually like to thank the Aspies in our community for encouraging us to do this segment, because we learned a lot about the syndrome as a result. And one of the biggest things we learned, given their propensities to possess above-average intelligence with ingrained senses of right and wrong and a tendency to be more truthful than most, with a soft spot for animals and underdogs, what we learned is that everybody could use a couple more Aspies in their life. And for James Kelly specifically, you no longer have to worry about Musk embarrassing you by association. The two of you have nothing in common. Towards the end of the talk, Musk launches into another monologue about fundamental truths of the universe, how important truth is to him, and that's why he studied physics.
The obsession with truth is why I studied physics, because physics attempts to understand the truth of the universe. Physics is just what are the provable truths of the universe, and truths that have predictive power. So for me, physics was sort of a very natural thing to study. Nobody made me study it. It was intrinsically interesting to understand the nature of the universe.
Let's be clear, there is a huge difference between studying physics and understanding physics. And someone who ended their education in a subject at the Bachelor of Arts level, no matter the discipline, is by no means a master of the subject matter. In the interest of full exposure, allow us to examine the difference between a Bachelor of Arts, which Musk supposedly has, versus a Bachelor of Science in Physics. Bachelor of Arts in Physics degree is intended for students seeking a foundation in physics as a liberal arts degree, but who typically do not intend to become physicists. The flexibility in this degree program allows students to gain significant educational breadth in other disciplines. This degree may well be suited for students seeking to continue their education in medical, dental, business, or law school. In short, it is a liberal arts degree. A Bachelor of Science in Physics is what people take if they intend to follow a more scientific approach. Those who intend to become mathematicians, scientists, or engineers would take this more rigorous course. So Musk graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in Physics Light. Does that sound like someone with a lifelong yearning or attraction or obsession with a topic? Judging from his past suggestions, Musk doesn't really understand physics whatsoever. The clearest example of this scientific illiteracy would be, and yes, we're going back to it, the aptly named Hyperloop. The white paper published by Musk in 2013 is one of the worst examples of bad physics passing itself off as technological breakthrough in circulation today. The very premise of a vehicle riding on a cushion of air within a vacuum chamber would have been a failing grade at most middle school science fairs. But because Musk fanboys are even more scientifically illiterate, they can't see through the bad science for the sham it is. The fact that Musk promised Hyperloop from LA to San Francisco and from DC to New York that never came to be doesn't convince them. The fact that Virgin Hyperloop just fired its staff from its failed transport project also goes unnoticed. And now, Muskrats have another announcement to fawn over. The Boring Company just announced they will have a working Hyperloop prototype up and running by this year, leaving them less than 6 months to create improved technology that has failed at every turn since people started working on this in 2013. This project alone allows you to conclude that Musk is not a genius, he is not a scientist, and he is not a physicist. What he is a plagiarist and a fraud. Anderson really went overboard at this point, fluffing Musk up with statements like this.
What you're talking about is the truth of the universe, like the fundamental truths that drive the universe. It's like a deep curiosity about what this universe is, why we're here. You're just deeply curious about what this is for, what this is.
Then he allowed Musk to ramble on at length about his miserable childhood and the abuse he endured. As it happens, a little light was shed on Musk's childhood recently regarding his tearful claims about being bullied as a child. Musk and his mother May often recite a story about how Musk was almost beaten to death by his classmates. What they never told you was why. That part of the story was just recently released by his father Errol. Errol and his eldest son are estranged, but they have far more in common than Musk would like to admit. Errol has the same pompous, self-important attitude as his oldest son, which seems to have evolved into a breeder kink for the both of them. Musk is now up to 9 living children after knocking up an executive at Neuralink last year. Errol, on top of welcoming another child with his former stepdaughter, says he is being propositioned by women from around the world for his sperm, so that these dumbasses can give birth to their own version of Elon. Musk has often impugned his father in the media as being an extremely abusive man, saying his dad always had a plan of evil. Yet, as Errol recalls when he and May divorced, Musk chose to live with his father. Until it was time for Musk to do his compulsory military service in the South African military, then he ran off to his mother's family in Canada. But getting back to the bullying incident, yes, as Musk and his mommy claim, Musk was shoved down a staircase by one of his classmates and needed to go to hospital. This part of the story is confirmed by Errol. What the mother and child have never mentioned before is that Musk probably deserved it. That's according to his own father. See, the schoolmate who pushed Musk had just lost his father to suicide. Musk made some sort of hurtful comment, completely out of character, that caused the grieving boy to react, and the result was Musk taking a header down the stairs. Initially, Errol was prepared to defend his son, but after finding out the truth of the situation, as Errol is quoted here, I realized Elon overstepped the mark with this little boy. I had to drop it. And as it turned out, after this incident, Errol had to send Musk to a completely different school. Since this half-true storytelling regarding his childhood is common, we would suggest interviewers not bother asking about his childhood anymore. It serves no purpose, it's all been said before, and the stories can't even be relied upon. Maybe, and just the thought here, interviewers should spend a little more time thinking about questions nobody has asked Musk yet, so that we can get some answers we haven't heard before. It's like when Musk and his mother tell the story of how Musk read the encyclopedia at age 9, 6 years after May supposedly identified her oldest child as a genius. Well, guess what, boy wonder? Everybody in that era read the encyclopedia. That's where everybody got the information from when you had to do a report for school. No Google back then to tell you about Egyptian dynasties or the water cycle, and if you didn't get National Geographic or some other publication to copy verbatim, Encyclopedia Britannica was the standard. If you weren't rich enough to have a set at home, that's what the reference section in the library was for. So again, these statements are made to make him seem elevated in his intelligence, but given the era, it was nothing remarkable. Oh, it gets better.
When I was, young teens, I got quite depressed about the meaning of life, and I was trying to sort of understand the meaning of life, looking at reading religious texts and reading books on philosophy. And I got into the German philosophers, which is definitely not wise if you're a young teenager, I have to say. Can be a bit dark. Much better read as an adult.
For years now, Musk has enjoyed telling audiences and interviewers that he reads philosophy and religious texts.
For me, at least, the religious texts, and I read all of them that I get my hands on, did not seem convincing. Then I started reading the philosophers.
Man's search for faith, that sort of shit.
Be careful of reading German philosophers as a teenager. It's definitely not going to help with your depression.
In this interview, he suggests he read them in his teens, and again as an adult. Yet it's pretty obvious that Musk has learned nothing from such reading, if he has ever read any of them at all. And there is a very easy way to prove that he's not absorbing anything from any philosophical or religious text, using 3 simple words. Do unto others. In Christianity, the complete familiar passage recorded in Luke 6:31 from Christ's Sermon on the Mount is, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This is confirmed in the book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 12. But this command from Christ to his disciples is not the exclusive domain of Christianity. 500 years before Christ was born, Confucius is recorded in Analects 15:23 as saying, do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. The Buddha gave similar advice in Udana Varga 5:18, treat not others in ways that you yourself would find hurtful. The sum of duty in Hinduism, found in Mahabharata, Book 5, verse 15-17, is, do not do to others what would cause pain if done to you. The Prophet Muhammad, in Hadith, said, not one of you truly believes until you wish for others what you wish for yourself. Hillel in Judaism's Talmud Shabbat 31a sums it up nicely. What is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor. This is the whole Torah. All the rest is commentary. Which is why this common theme also appears in the Baha'i faith, Sikhism, Taoism, Zoroastrianism, and as a Unitarian principle, practiced by the Shinto, Wiccan, First Nations, pagans, and atheists. In fact, do unto others as you would have done to you, or variations of it, are the golden rule, and is the basis of all world religions and faith, but it is not exclusively a religious belief. It is also a founding principle of most philosophies. In common sense ethics, laid out by Aristotle, it's referred to as the ethic of reciprocity. We should conduct ourselves towards others as we would have them act towards us. Musk says he's read the German philosophers. Well, in Kantian ethics, based on the writings of Immanuel Kant, his categorical imperative, what he perceived to be a universal law across humanity and an improvement to the golden rule, reads, act only in accordance with that maxim, through which you can, at the same time, will that it become a universal law. This was published in his 1785 groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals. One of the authors Musk cites specifically as having read at the ripe old age of 14 is Arthur Schopenhauer, who is quoted in 1840 as saying, compassion is the basis of morality. In utilitarianism, English philosopher John Stuart Mill claimed in 1861, "In the Golden Rule of Jesus of Nazareth, we read the complete spirit of the ethics of utility. To do as you would be done by and to love your neighbor as yourself constitute the ideal perfection of utilitarian morality." Across religions, across philosophies, this golden rule is a universal truth. It would be impossible for someone who claims to seek those truths through those readings to come away from those lessons without identifying this edict as a common theme. So does anyone actually believe that Musk does unto others as he would have done to himself? When he calls heroes pedophiles? When he rage fires people who try to make him see reason? When he lies about his past partners and belittles their contributions at every opportunity to make himself seem more important than he actually is? When he manipulates markets and makes retirement funds disappear on a whim? When he promises products he knows he will never deliver? When he promises to help people to get the headlines, but he never follows through? These are not the actions of an enlightened individual. They are the self-serving behaviors of someone who knows only the other, cynical golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. In short, Musk's drive is towards wealth and power and control. He proves this time and again. He is not driven by any higher purpose, despite any lofty claims he has made to make himself seem better than anyone listening to him. Going back to the book of Matthew, chapter 19, Jesus told his disciples on the Mount, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God." Whether or not you are a religious person, as a decent human being with empathy in your heart, that analogy should mean something to you. But it obviously means absolutely nothing to Elon Musk. Just as a funny aside while we're here, Musk recently had a private audience with Pope Francis at the Vatican that was tweeted out on July 1st. Apparently, Musk made such an impression on the pontiff that he, in turn, used his Pontifex Twitter account on July 3rd to encourage his flock to not place our trust in wealth and not fear our poverties, material and human. Basically, come for the holy water, stay for the bird. Wrapping up the interview, Anderson brings up a photo of Musk with his toddler son, X.
So that's X, and it was just a delight seeing you hang out with him. And
Sure.
What's his future going to be? I mean, I don't mean him personally, but the world he's going to grow up in. What future do you believe he will grow up in?
Well, I mean, a very digital future. A different world than I grew up in, that's for sure.
The digital future is not what you wish upon your children, but when it comes right down to it, Musk has no idea what kind of future they will have because he is not likely to be a big part of it. Children of celebrities are normally off limits, and for good reason, so we're going to tread easy on the kids here, but it's a completely different story for their sperm donors. Rolling Stone recently put out this article headline, "Elon Musk is trying to justify his breeder kink, and failing," describing Musk as a fetishist determined to impregnate as many women as he can. It's an impulse shared by illustrious luminaries such as Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Klein, and David Koresh. It is nothing short of cult leader behavior. Musk's excuse, and it is a lame one, was mentioned during this interview towards the end of the Austin segment.
Pull the camera back and just think, you're a father now, 7.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to set a good example because the birth rate on Earth is so low.
Yeah, you've talked about this a lot, that depopulation is a big problem, and people don't understand.
Population collapse is one of the biggest threats to the future of human civilization, and that is what is going on right now.
There are articles online that take that argument and bend it over a barrel, arguing billionaires often whine about this because they typically need fresh victims for their products, or in Musk's case, volunteers to colonize Mars. If there's no crisis to escape on Earth, there's no reason to leave here. Musk's progeny weirdness started coming to light when Devin Gordon, doing an interview with Grimes for Vanity Fair, heard a baby crying in the back room at Grimes' house, which surprised him. Grimes went to comfort the child, whom Grimes stated she was not at liberty to talk about. A daughter nicknamed Y, who Musk seemingly has nothing to do with. Online, there seems to be no pictures of this proud papa with his baby girl. His Twitter feed continues to insult and demean people whenever possible, but no pics of Y, as there were with X. When the Muskrats first heard about the baby and how her nickname was Y, they were overjoyed at how clever Musk and his partner were at picking the nicknames for their children. Of course, in doing so, demonstrating how even simple biology is beyond their understanding. It is the females who have 2 X chromosomes, and males who have the XY pairing. So these 2 geniuses got it backwards. Turns out this daughter, named Exa Dark Sidereal Musk, was born by surrogate, and to date, we've yet to see what she looks like. This article was published on March 10th of 2022. The child was born in December of 2021. And unless we missed it somewhere, Musk has never even mentioned her. During the Amber Heard-Johnny Depp trial, which proved pretty can't-hide crazy, it came to light that Musk and Amber Heard made dozens of frozen embryos together, which Musk sued to have destroyed after they broke up. However, Heard had a baby girl via surrogate last year, and no word on who the father of the child is. Musk is the odds-on favorite, obviously, but just the fact that these two were making frozen embryos together qualifies as disturbing. Over the past month, we've also learned that a month before Grimes took possession of baby Y, an executive at Neuralink named Siobhan Zealous delivered twins fathered by Musk. As yet, their names and genders remain secret. These are on top of the 6 children he had with his starter wife, Justine. His first son, Nevada, was born in 2002, and he apparently died of SIDS while Musk held him at 10 weeks old. Twins Griffin and Xavier were born April 2004 through IVF. Xavier made the news recently by changing names from Xavier Musk to Vivian Jenna Wilson, taking Justine's maiden name, reassigning their gender, and severing themselves legally from Musk completely, declaring in the court filing, I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form. Pretty definitive for an 18-year-old. 2 years after the twins were born came triplets, again through IVF. Kai, Saxon, and Damien Musk. Musk left these 5 children and their mother to pursue a British actress named Tallulah Riley, who seems to have escaped becoming a Musk breeding bitch despite being married to Musk twice. See, it would appear that Musk enjoys fathering kids, just not being a father to them. And Vivian's declaration against her father demonstrates how disconnected he is from them. So when Musk says they're going to have a very digital future, that seems to be about par for the course. Wishing a digital future on your child is pretty much a combination of your own offspring. Kids do not need a digital future. They need their parents, both of them, and nannies are not a suitable substitute, which is something that goes right back to Musk's conversations with his first broodmare. In her interview with Mary Claire, Justine Musk recalled this conversation. One night, over dinner, he asked me how many kids I wanted to have. 1 or 2, she said immediately, although if I could afford nannies, I'd like to have 4. To that, Musk answered, that's the difference between you and me. I just assumed that there will be nannies. So, right from the get-go, she should have taken that as a clue that he was going to be an absentee father, that she would be raising the kids by herself. Children don't just need their parents, they also need a home to call their own. They need to run around outside and dig in the dirt and make believe. They need security and protection and bedtime stories and goodnight kisses. And Musk's progeny certainly are receiving none of this from their father or his latest 27-year-old Twinkie. Justine has obviously created a proper home for her sons, but on a good day, Grimes doesn't look like she could be trusted with a terminally ill chihuahua, never mind 2 under 2. Meanwhile, the billionaire playboy absentee father of both families is couch-tripping by his own admission. Children growing up without their parents, without that playtime, without that love and security, without that support, without those connections, have very little chance of becoming as successful as they might otherwise be. The stats are pretty clear that children growing up without a father are automatically put at a disadvantage, even if their father has 100 million Twitter fans that he spends more time with than he does with them. Let's summarize this aspect of Elon Musk by putting it into very simple terms. It does not matter how famous you are. It does not matter how rich other people made you. It does not matter how smart people think you are. 2 questions that people need to answer about themselves. How do you treat other people, and what kind of role model are you for your children? Those are the keys to being a successful human being able to answer those questions honestly and be satisfied with the answers. Musk cannot honestly answer those questions without realizing that he fails both paths. If you can't keep your own house in order, how can you possibly expect to make good on this claim?
But I think we want to obviously do our absolute best to ensure that the future is good for everyone's children.
Here's an idea. Start by making the future better for all of your own kids, and quit using other people's children as an excuse to ignore them. This brings us into the final piece of puffery for the evening. Anderson gives one more assist to Musk before he launches into his final talking point. And there's really nothing left to do here, but let the audio run while flashing up some reminders why even the closing remarks here are unremarkable.
And it's not as if it's a done deal, like it's all to play for. Like the future may be horrible, still there are scenarios where it is horrible, but you see a pathway to an exciting future both on Earth and on Mars and in our minds through artificial intelligence and so forth. I mean, in your heart of hearts, do you really believe that you are helping deliver that exciting future for X and for others?
I mean, I'm trying my hardest to do so. I love humanity, and I think we should fight for a good future for humanity, and I think we should be optimistic about the future and fight to make that optimistic future happen. All right,
Elon Musk.
Thank you.
And that, boys and girls, concludes our TED Talk 2020. Thank you for tuning in to this series from the Common Sense Company. This project has certainly qualified as a marathon, but we're finally across the finish line. Hopefully these episodes have managed to help people realize that whenever you're listening to Musk speak, just about every claim he makes is questionable. And there are ways to find answers to any claim he makes that doesn't make sense. If a number doesn't sound right, pick up a calculator. If a claim sounds bogus, go looking for the reason why. This is information that everybody should find useful, whether or not you're a Musk fan or a skeptic. So be sure to share this series far and wide, because the longer Musk is permitted to stay on his celebrity genius pedestal, the further he and everyone around him is going to eventually fall, including his children when their father finally winds up being exposed for what he has become. The sooner that happens, the better for everyone, if for no other reason because this will allow actual visionaries to get the oxygen they've been starved for, while Musk has been sucking up all the spotlight. Thanks again for watching. If you'd like to support upcoming episodes, you can check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/thecommonsense-skeptic. Otherwise, give the episode a thumbs up, share it with your friends on social media, and ring that notification bell so that you'll know when the Common Sense Skeptic returns.
Minions have spawned. has destroyed a turret. Double kill. Shut down.
Guys, okay, so here's the thing that people have to realize. This whole thing with the way open source software is done right now, where like there's a package manager and everybody contributes and it's like code sourced from anywhere in the world and you just auto download it, that is not going to last that long. And the reason it's not going to last that long is that I could almost guarantee you that there are at minimum thousands of people around the world whose job is to inject bugs into open source software for espionage purposes. Like, look, there are, give or take, 200 countries in the world. Most of those countries have spy programs. You could type source code from anywhere. It's very cheap. You don't even need to fly a dude anywhere, right? How many people do you think it's their job to just check shit into GitHub and NPM and whatever that has bugs in it? How do you think that's not a thing? And how long do you think things are going to go once people figure out that's a thing? How didn't they hack into the Linux kernel yet? I guarantee you they have. I guarantee you there's like fucking at least 17 serious exploits in Linux. Like easy ones. I don't even mean like, you know, obscure things. Can I guarantee that it hasn't happened to the Windows kernel? No, I would bet that it has happened to Windows as well. The difference is with something like Windows, it's more expensive. Because you have to fly someone there and they have to work at a Microsoft office, right? And you can fire them and all these things, right? B, because you would have to fit the bug into a feature set decided by whatever project manager, right? So there's a level of check. With open source software, all you have to do is add some major useful functionality to some program that makes a lot of changes, right? But like, look, you did something really useful that it's adding value for the people, right? And then you just put your bugs in there. It's easy. You know, when somebody else is deciding the feature that's harder, it still can be done. But C, companies still have some degree of QA before they put things out the door. Unlike, again, the difference between an actual company and like an open source project is in an actual company, somebody is responsible for the experience of the software, right? And that means a lot in terms of quality. It still doesn't mean as much as it used to, right? And it doesn't mean that nobody ever does quality stuff in open source, but like it does mean there's just that extra layer of vetting that doesn't exist otherwise. The Linux kernel has police, but like you don't understand. If you say that, you do not understand the magnitude of the problem and how easy it is. All right, it is so easy. If you're smart, imagine there's a programmer of approximately the same skill level as one of the Linux kernel police. Those guys are busy. All you have to do is make something subtle. Like you don't see here. I'm not saying you add some lines of code that say switch to root and open a shell, right? Like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about introduce very subtle situations where a variable can have the wrong value, that normally that's fine, but when you combine it with thing B and thing C, it happens to produce an exploit, right? I'm talking about that. Things that you would not see by looking at the source code. I guarantee you there are people around the world where that's their job. X equals something instead of X double equal. Well, probably, but like even that is like a linter will catch that, right? You want things that linters won't catch, etc. Yeah, Heartbleed, like, I mean, come on. That, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they know who checked in that line of code, or maybe they don't. Heartbleed was pretty subtle, but you can do things that are a lot more subtle. Payoff for Windows is bigger. Is it though? Because most servers are actually Linux. Like Windows is all the clients, but the servers are Linux. And so if you want to snoop network traffic, you want Linux probably. Or, you know, router, whatever router's running. There's no real protection for secret services? No, but we're talking about like DDoS attacks, right? If I'm China or the US, right, and I want my geopolitical rival to have a hard time, what do? I turn off all their computers. Okay. Like, it's a basic, obvious fact of national security that you don't want to be vulnerable to that. I'm making it look very easy. There's like 1,000 people whose full-time job every day is to think about how to do this, and they have a lot of time. I mean, I don't really know that, but I pretty much know that. It doesn't have to be easy. It doesn't have to be easy. Large companies with a vested interest in fortifying the kernel. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. You're just wishful thinking. You're just wishful thinking. If you wanted to fortify Linux, the very first thing you would do is put a cap on the number of lines of source code and start removing source code, right? Because more source code is more attack surface. And you want to reduce the attack surface. That is the number one thing that you would do. Nobody's doing that. You're calling bullshit on that? No, I'm calling bullshit on you, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up.
An ally has been slain.
You can introduce a bug into Bitcoin, you can make billions. Not really. No, that's a different thing, because Bitcoin is a distributed secure protocol. So you would have to like find a problem in the protocol, right? Or something. You can't make billions on Bitcoin by hacking a computer. You can't even make billions on Bitcoin by having a malicious client. The design of the protocol is to prevent that. Okay? It's not like Call of Duty where you have a malicious client and you can see through walls. Bitcoin isn't vulnerable to that, as far as we know. Why would I assume that? Because you disagree? Because you're disagreeing in a content-free way. I have been around the computer industry for decades, and I've been inside companies like Google and Microsoft, and I've seen how they work, and I've seen what people pay attention to. And so have you? Okay, so give me some actual evidence that that would be true. Just explain why that would be true. Do I think some of those people have become employees of FANG companies? Guaranteed. Guaranteed. There is no way that there are not many state actors who are employees of all these companies. If only, like not even for bug planting reasons, but just industrial espionage reasons, right? It's guaranteed shitloads of that going on. If it's open source, then others will probably find your bug. No, look, open source software is so buggy, right? This theory that if it's open source, then others will probably find your bug has not proven itself to be true for like all other software with obvious bugs. So like, why would you expect it to be true for like cyber attack bugs? Examples exist of long-term bugs. It's worse than that. Find things without long-term bugs. Anything. So that's all I'm saying. Look, the probability. You guys can say you were here someday in the future when this actually happens. The probability that there's going to be a large-scale cyber attack where somebody just turns off all the computers in another country, well, not all of them, but as many as they can get, is 100%. That will happen. The question is, what is the mean time to that happening? And how well defended is the person doing that? Right? I'm implying that introducing a bug in open source software is order of magnitude easier than finding the bug. Yes. Yes, that is true. How many lines of software get written per day? How much software is added to the universe per day? Now again, this is not merely an open source problem, right? Again, this is also a closed source problem. It's a problem everywhere. If I worked for any large company, I would be trying to delete most of the lines of code, all right? While keeping approximately the same functionality. Over 9,000 million lines per day. Accurate. Yeah, there have been examples of cyber attacks so far, for sure, but what I'm saying is it's hard to believe that there are not a lot of sleeper attacks planted but not yet triggered by multiple parties, right? Like, how is that not true? So, like, people might have, you know, found one or two, right, by less sophisticated actors. There are more sophisticated actors. Like, there's There's just no way this isn't happening. Would that attack change the software hardware industry afterwards? Maybe. Like I would categorize that as having a result that is very unpredictable. I don't actually know what the outcome will be. Right? I think probably the first thing that happens, you have to like war game this out, right? Like what do? Well, you try to figure out where the attack came from, and you either shut off the internet from that place, or they've got VPNs, right? So you shut off the internet from everywhere, except they've got people in your country, right? So like you kind of have to shut down the internet at a very localized way and increase security between those local cells while you panic and try to deal with the problem. What would dealing with the problem look like? Figure out what the exploit was, boot a version of the system that doesn't have it, right? I mean, it all depends. Like, it's hard to game out because the more subtle a bug is, the less control you have over what it does, right? Like, if you could just put arbitrary code anywhere that you wanted, you would make something that like tries to stay alive on the network and reinfect machines that are up and all that stuff, right? And maybe like it's probably very difficult to inject something like that directly, right? But you could inject something that is vulnerable to that and then have somebody manually download that thing and propagate it around, right? So you have to assume there's some kind of worm like that in the wild, and it's probably very hard to kill 100% of it because, again, if you're wargaming this out as a state actor, it's like we want some number of the infected machines to be trying to reinfect, but not all of them. You want them to sleep random amounts of time and wake up a week, a month, a year later and start reinfecting, right? So, because if you can see the packets, you could like start walling that off, right? So, I mean, you just have to start thinking through those scenarios, which I haven't done, so I can't really propagate it. But just think like, what would you do if you were getting paid $1 million a year to be a smart programmer working on this? Like, what would you do to make it the best possible fuck that country system that you could, right? How useful would this be instead of just nuking a country? If you nuke the country, you don't get anything. You get poisonous acid, and they nuke you back probably, right? And also, a lot of countries don't have nukes that can afford programs. It's like a very different situation. Yeah, no, there's so much more of this stuff going on than anyone is aware of. It's nuts, right? So I'm just saying, be happy living in the current world because it will change at some point. I don't know when, but it will change, right? And think about how drastically the world changed due to COVID with like I thought COVID was going to be bad. I never would have predicted that everybody would have shut down their economy for a year plus. Even though I thought it was actually going to be worse symptom-wise than it was, right? Just by going by earlier reports out of China and stuff. It's a lot easier to imagine the internet radically changing than it is to imagine the world shutting down their economy, right? Like, it's just going to happen. COVID shutdowns are practical. Well, I don't think so. Like the USA has tons more oil now due to fracking. OPEC kind of has no power now. Like, and we've got a ton of alternative energy. Plus, we're very close to the technology of being able to make oil by finding carbon out of the atmosphere at significant expense. But like, you just have to build some nuclear reactors, and you can use those for oil. So like, it's just not that bad. It's really depressing. I made you want to stop programming. Well, I don't think that's I mean, you should know that all the code out there is really messed up, right? Like, there's no question about that. It's just what are the consequences of that and when do they happen?
Destroyed a turret. Enemy killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Has been slain. turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed. Destroyed a turret.
Can't handle me. Hold up. Ain't you Nathaniel B?
Get the fuck out of the...
You can't handle me. Hold up. Ain't you Nathaniel B?